Alright, hello everybody. This is Invasion Animation. Don't really know how much time I'll have for this one, because it feels like the power may go out, so I'm not certain. For obvious reasons, this is how it would look. Alright, so anyways, decided to just have this going right here. This is my game right here, what I have so far. I have it spawning owls every time the character is in range of one of these Tims. The issue is I can't seem to get them to like attach to all of them. So yeah, that's a huge issue right there. And I'll be right back. Sup, Dandy's World, welcome to the stream. This is the game that I made. It's nowhere near complete. Well, it is halfway, but not quite. I am back. I just had to do a quick 10 real quick. But I am back. So let me just show you guys like what I've done so far. See, as you can see, there's different animations here going. And let me see if I'm being heard real quick. I think so. I'm being heard, so good. Alright. Alright, so. Alright, so as you can see, his stuff moves like a helicopter moves. Oh, the timer is all this out. So let me just see he's dead. I'll just stand over him, eat him, and now I have 30 more seconds, but it sets it to 30, so if it's higher than 30 already, the timer is, then it works as a nerf. So I'm gonna fix that. Right now, I have a few transformations going on here. So if I go and hit this detector box into a C, press C, I can turn into a train. And they don't get scared of me. I turn back with V and they are scared and run away. I also have this version right here. where I can transform into a fox. That's the dead version right there. And then if I go behind them and press C, I take the form of one of them, and they should be able to go idle too, but I have no idea how I can go about that because everything I tried failed. So that's that. Actually repurposed some of the people assets from a different game that I made but never really posted anywhere except for its.io. It's broken. So yeah, as you can see, like if you move it in such a way, the eyes come off of the top part, which is unfortunate, but not really anything that could be done about that. So as you can see, the timer goes down faster with it. Alright, so yeah, that's just an example of my game right there. Now, I'm actually going to go and do some comic creation. So, let's head on to it. And I need to close that out. Then doesn't seem like there's too many folks here, which is fine. So I'll probably just go ahead and finish up those cards that I was making. Alright, so let's just go to here. These are the cards. I have all kinds of cards here with my own personalized touch to the royalty. So that's what I have so far. And but yeah, I think this looks pretty nice. I'm not gonna have the numbers at the side because I just don't feel like it. So I'm actually going to get rid of this part here, because that was leftover bit from the other thing. Oh, I put that right in the number. Oh well, I'll just say what it is. Alright, so everything seems to be fine. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright. So those are that. Let's bring this back in. It's just one row, so it's not really much of an issue. And I'm actually going to, in an effort to save time, just use the hearts and flip them upside down, because these are just hearts with a tail between the cheeks. Alright, so thank goodness I found out about that shift key thing, which is neat. Alright, so I think this black works. Yeah, just about. Let's move that over just a tad. Okay. Oh. Here we go. That should be good. I could just use this as a little template. And then let's just go ahead and do this here too. Copy and paste. So yeah, that's basically what I have going right now. recently got into this pretty interesting show. It's about this guy going back in time to save people from dying. I guess it could be considered like Quantum Leap or something. But yeah. That's that. Alright, so let's just move that down there. Yeah, it really isn't a difficult thing. Right, so got all of that right there, and I'm basically just going to like color all of the former panels, the stuff, and like just basically do some background stuff today. So yeah, it's just gonna be a little easy one. It's not going to be quite as exciting as it usually would have been. Alright, so now that that's basically done right there. Actually, no, not quite. I just have to have like an extra bit there because I think we forgot about the other stuff. So that's fine like that. Alright, so let's have this last one right here. These headphones keep on glitching. What's up, Ape Green? Welcome to the stream. Alright, so that should be better. Alright, so I think I've basically completed the cards. Yeah, just about. Everything seems to be in order at a glance. My neck. Alright, so let's just cut it down to frame. So let's just move that to about right there. And right here. And crop. And save. Alright, so that's good. Let's actually add one last black line there. Switch that to 2. Should be good. Alright, so now I have stuff for each and every part right there. Alright, so let's just take this as an example. So let's just do something like out here. Don't quite want to do that for like the entire tin, but this should be fine. I'm almost certain there's a way to like twist it, but I don't recall how to do that. Right. And anyways, for the sake of ease, let's put it to about there. So that's the building there. Let's just get this background going. So the brush size is now at 7. Let's erase that. Just do that around right here. Right, so this is looking much better. Yeah, I was thinking about like having about words go and be used in the thing, in the wall, and I could just always add it a bit later. Alright. First things first, let's also just go and add the eyes to everyone. Red eyes and the eye colors. Just to zoom in. But yeah, I'll probably put it. Oh, I like that song. By the way, this is a cover song made by Paolo. Just so you know. Alright, let's have this be a proper color now. I think the same color as their eyes should work just fine. So, let's just go ahead and have that here. It'll switch to doing like the inside now. And so let's grab one of these acorn desks. So that should be good. So I think that's good enough. There you go. This should help make it look not quite so pixelated. So that's good. That's good right there. As per usual, I'm starting to feel a teeny bit sleepy. Man, I'm not gonna sleep yet. Nowhere near yet. I've only got this amount of time left. Well, completed, I should say. If I could select a whole card at once. Alright, so got that. Why did I do that? Yeah, why did I do that? All of those are connected, it seems. Alright, so right. Just have to make sure that they do not touch. Everything will be ideal. So, Pete, thanks, sup, Benja Dog. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, this is a little card system I made for the floor. I don't know why I said system. It's just some cards that I made for the floor. For the fairies' home. Now, there is a way to twist it, but I don't really feel like spending the whole stream trying to figure out how to do that. So I'll leave it as is, and then I could just twist it more specifically for my goals in the comic once I feel up to it. Alright, so all of these are pretty good so far. So we have this here and all of that. Alright, so let's... Oh, now I remember why I was here. Alright, so let's grab a bit of this. And let's grab a bit of that. I don't think it would work that way, but let me just try it anyway. I can add more of these together. So let's just do something like that. Like that. This. That. Because I'm pretty sure they would just appear separately, which I'm... And this was what I expected, but I could just see about putting them all together and everything will be just fine. That's a BS right there. Alright, let's get rid of it. Let's actually go back to coloring. Forget about the backgrounds right now. Alright, so on this right here. I don't think the pants would go there. So enough for there to just be the red torso. So, of that, oh, not quite. Alright, so, gotta power through this. Right, so got all of this going right here. Let me paint a wee bit more of all of this. I need to get her pants going. Right, there's the pants color. Alright, let me just paint all of the other stuff here, including this, this, and that. Let me just put that there, and just add some skin on the face. Just like that, it's good. Alright. So got all of this here. I should fix that hair right there. Bit of a hair issue. And then like once I finish coloring, I'll probably just do the background stuff on my own Actually, don't really have a lot of the page left, so maybe I'll do a bit more. Alright, but anyways, just to let you know. Oh, forgot to do his arm there. Doing a final look around, and everything is in order. There's always those little lines. Gap literally 1 pixel tall and fills the entire page. It's ridiculous. Oh my gosh. No, I forgot something. This one was more of a me issue rather than a software issue. I was about to say app, but this ain't no phone. Right, so not that there. Sorry, haven't really been speaking all too often. Don't really have much to say. Hopefully that's fine. Forgot to add the antennas for that one. Have to fix that later. Let's make some pink ones. I want that color here. They could be siblings in a sort of way. We'll just do that one last ear, and let's do it well. Alright, so hope you guys are at least having fun. So all of those are fine. I'm thinking blue clothing would be good for them. So let's do that. See, that's someone else's hand. So let's do that one here, this one here. And now, why not? Let's just make this hand this color. And I don't know if I think the kids should have uniforms, so I think I'm just gonna give them each their own regular clothes. So let's just do that. And let's just make it a bit more dark. Alright. That's a good color for it. Then I'll have to like copy these ones up there because I'm gonna color all of them. Alright. There are so many folks here. That's nice. Wish I had more to say. Sorry about that. But hopefully you enjoyed the music. That's good like that. Let's do a bit of line work right here. Right, that's good. And I'll have to like use their acorn desk down here too. But that's an issue for another time. Let's go ahead and just keep coloring. Could retitle this the color stream later. Probably sound a bit odd out of context. That's all. Oh, I forgot the horns here too. Antenna, I should say. Yeah, I can understand if folks think that they're horns too, but they're actually antenna. These are insect-like creatures. Oh, the color purple is so dark. You'd wonder why I don't just use black. It's just to add a little bit more, like, oomph to it. Plus, I don't really mind. It's nice. Alright, so that's good right there. Alright, let's do this here as well. Alright, so that's good. To not read, but like draw all the extra antennas. I don't think I have to add the points there, but I will later if anything. Alright. By the way, what I'm doing here is a comic, and a lot of it is out now in the About Me part of my YouTube. It's only 3 episodes though, and this is like a sneak peek into one far into the future. Right. Each one of these ticks so varies age. So this one is 30, so 3 ticks, so that means it would be like between 30 and 39. On its 40th birthday, it gets another tick, so it's like this. 4 on each. Why did that part move? Actually, lights, shadows, overshadows, that's fine. And I'm not sure why that moved. But that's fine there. 11. That is amazing. Okay, so got that there. This and that. Oops, okay. Get a bit of this too. And once I finish painting these characters, I'll do a bit more of character work on these storyboards. By the way, I do these streams randomly, so be sure to subscribe to not miss the other one. So let's just do this right here. Oh, 12 foot. Amazing. And so let's just do that. This and this. And let's see, I wanted this guy to be 30, I think. And yeah, he is. So I should probably have some of them on occasion have tick antennas like that. Like as a stylistic choice, because my characters, they got same face syndrome. So instead of them having antennas like this, I could have it like that or like this. But I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Right, so let's just do double check and make sure every tin is painted. And every tin is not quite painted. But let's just make sure all of the antennas and stuff are painted right now. Right. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoy like the slight sneak peek behind the process. I think right here would probably be red, so I'm just gonna do that there. Uh-oh. And why is that part? Right, well, let's throw that part in. This part shouldn't exist. So I'll keep that in mind when I get the wind texture. Wind color, I should say. Every freaking time. Every single time. Right. I always wonder if, like, there's too many limbs on these guys. 'Cause I don't really mind drawing it, but sometimes too much could be too much. So that's just a concern of mine. Right. Gonna have this guy like open his wings out, so it's kind of like he's just spreading all over the place. I think that would be an interesting look to him. so let's just have go to about here. This doesn't look right. Uh, Maybe it would look better like this. This is better, somewhat. Oh, this one wouldn't even be visible due to the words, but I'll still do it anyway. Hello. I'm gonna have like a word bubble block in here, so it shouldn't really matter much about that part. Alright, so have all of that right there. Let's fill in a bit more of the wind colors. I know if I miss any of the spots that seem like they're intended to be colored right now. The purple that doesn't have the purple boxes, they're just future outlines. Nothing to be concerned with as of yet. Alright, so I think the last set of winds that need to be done is this guy's. He doesn't have a name, and his name doesn't really matter, so he's not really gonna get one. Honestly feel like restarting the Outer Wilds music. Alright, much better. So have that there. Let's also get something for the white teeth. And I'll just color in the teeth on my way down. It's nice that I'm still getting like some comic work done. I'm not exactly drawing the panels at the moment, but the last stream I did do that, so you can always check that out after this one. Right. Right, and oh, did she drop her stick? Where did the stick go? Yeah, she dropped it. I'm gonna just let her stay without it. Alright, and the teeth is white, except for that one. There we go. Got to make that one note green. Gonna just make that white. Let's do that, and this. And so that should be all of the notes. Let's try to find a mount inside. So let's do that. Actually, let's do this one here. And I can find some blue. I have to change his mount a bit later, but as of now, it's irrelevant. Oh, I thought that was black. Well, that can stay like that as well for now. Oh wow, their mount is almost the same color as the insides. Well, that's fine. Add some whiteness to it. Just make hers extra big because she's sad. Everyone has a little bit though. For some reason, this guy right here kind of reminds me of Cusco from The Emperor's New Groove. There was actually a TV show on that, believe it or not. It was pretty good from what I remember. I'll have to add some black pupils to that later. Right, I'm gonna skip it ahead just a little bit if you don't mind. Alright. Alright, let's make sure. Alright, not all of the points were blue, but not just yet. Alright, this is good right here. There was some part of it where I still needed to add the pupil. Right here it is. We also do that right there. Alright, just change the music a little bit. Still not a while, it's just a different song. Alright, so all of that is looking good so far. Let's finally add this man's hairpiece. Here we go. So that's good right there. Make that one a green shirt. Alright, let's see. I think I got everything I wanted to color except for the back of their throats. That shouldn't really be an issue. Alright, so now let's go back and color in the classroom and get their hairstyles and stuff. That's up. Let's go. For context, that man is handing out coupons to the students so that they're handing out coupons to the hospital. Alright, so that's good like that. So now I can properly color and all of that. So thinking let's do this one right here. So let's lower the brush size to 2. And then I'll do my best to do the hairstyles. Some of these guys are gonna be staying bald. I like the hair on that one too, so I'll let that one stay. Alright, I'm trying to decide which color, excuse me, to use next. But I need to remember to also use the stuff that they were in. Just to like have some continuity. One thing I'm really proud of myself for making is these acorn desks. I think that would have been really fun to learn and to have a nice little cozy acorn all to yourself. It's neat. Plus, very little distractions too. That would have been very cool. Should have some of them be in short sleeves at least. Alright, first things first, let's fill up this skin. So, let's make a whole bunch of blues and yellows right now. I want green to be like the most common race of fairy in this. Not sure if I should, or I should just keep it random. Because it doesn't really have any cultural significance. Who knows? Maybe I'll just do it anyways. I don't know if I'll keep... Actually, no, I'm not gonna keep it that way. I was gonna say, want the yellow ones to be kind of like royalty or royal adjacent, but I don't want that. So that's 4 blues. I have a lot of other skin colors here, so let's have some regular pink like the teacher, and let's have some greens now too. But yeah, I was thinking about adding like some kind of like racial stuff like between like fox fairies and regular fairies like this. But I'm not sure if I would want that. So I don't think I'm gonna do it. Just spitballing here. Alright, so alright. And so got 3 green in here. Let's do 1 more green. Then I'll get the hairstyles ready too. I don't think there was any I didn't use too little of. So I'm gonna use this kind of brown one. Right, the whole class is basically complete. Just need to add the painter, and that would be absolutely wonderful. Oh, I missed one. Okay. It's actually, I didn't have enough of the other one, so let's just make this one bright pink too. Or some say hot pink. Seems like something Britney Spears would have called herself. Because she always wore pink a whole bunch, from what I remember. Alright, so. Alright, now I got everyone. Just need to do their clothes. Wanted some of them to have short sleeves, so this one's gonna be the one. So this looks good without the storyboard. Alright, let's put it back on. And so now just gotta focus on some hairstyles. So I'm going to make that black once more, and let's have this one have some yellow hairstyles. So I'm gonna have this one have braided hair. Alright, let's get some blue here for this one. And I'm thinking a nice afro should do the trick. Let's make this one have short hair, like relatively short. This one is going to be a female fairy. Then we have a male fairy over here. But yeah, I need to like educate myself more on different hairstyles, because there's one that I do have that I like and actually am proud of. Alright, let's actually do this one here and this here. And I'll make this one blue too. Actually, no. Let's make it green. Making this kind of like a popular hairstyle, that way humans basically confuse them for flies. Well, dragonflies, I should say. When you see their wing and you see that hairstyle, that's how these fairies have stayed a secret for so long. So that the humans don't come and just kill all of them. Considering both of them are money oriented, I feel like if anything, if the humans were able to like talk with them or something like that, they would just try to force them to pay taxes too. That would be hilarious. Like, what could these guys even do? Alright, so let's see. Alright, I think I'm gonna leave those two at the top bald. I'm gonna let this one actually have similar hair to Celosia's and Lavender's daughter. I forget her name. But yeah. A lot of her got ripped apart early in the comic from a praying mantis, but she's alive, so no worries. Alright, so I think I'm actually going to... Actually, no, I'm gonna make this one's hair red. If you guys haven't seen it, you should check out like Sliders on Tubi. It's an awesome show. Let me just see that real quick. I think this is the hair these guys are meant to have. $13? Oh my gosh. The most I ever seen. Alright, so got that right there. Alright, so want everyone on this road to have a haircut, so I'm gonna do a nice one here. Actually, I'm gonna make one of them wear a hat. Alright, and let's just go with blue for the hat. It's funny because like the hat doesn't just barely even fits him. Like he didn't even get the hat for his head but for his hair. Oh, I've missed the opportunity to have some of my characters from the other show that I'm planning. I'm planning a show called The Cryptic Adventures of Chloe and Caleb, and this is set in the same universe. In fact, this was actually meant to come out first, but this wasn't the case. Actually, this one came out first. I meant the other one was supposed to come out first. My mistake. Alright, so just do that here. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna draw a nice little Easter egg there. Especially since the former Easter egg is no longer usable. So let's just do that. And I'm not gonna really make them the skin color or anything of them since they're humans. But they are gonna appear in their human form sometime in the comic. So let's just do white. And I'm gonna change this to a nice poofy jacket. Poofy dark green one. And let's put that down to 1, and then let's have that there. That's basically how that character looks in that audio series. And then let's see. Right, that's the one down there. So just have this character be Caleb. This one's the complete opposite color of Caleb. And I'm gonna leave him pink anyway. Alright, so that's good right there. I didn't use anyone with purple hair yet, like the teachers, so I'm just gonna do that for now. In fact, I think that would look pretty neat on someone with this skin, so I'm gonna change it to that. Oh my, like he spilled something on himself. Alright, this works. And let's just do another one here. This one can be like the teacher as well. Let's add the eyes proper, like. Alright, so let's count the gender of the class. Alright, so we have. This one's supposed to be a girl. Alright, boy. Alright, so boy, boy, girl, boy. This is not an effective way of counting. Alright, I'm gonna count all of the girls first, then the boys. Alright, so girls first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, so 7. Now for the boys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Alright, 7, 11. I was gonna change it, but since I like that it's 7, 11, I'm just gonna keep it that way. So that means normally it would be 9, 12, because 3 of them are missing. Excuse me, 1 boy, 1 girl, and another girl. Okay, so. Okay, just burped, so excuse me for that. I want to listen to more Outer Wild. Skip the Karu stuff. This one's done by Paolo. In fact, I believe it was actually in the beginning of the stream as well. I'm so glad we managed to get their card done as well. And by card, I mean the card texture. Alright, let me just erase that real quick. Alright, sorry. Had to adjust the microphone. I don't know if it messed anything up or not. Let's just make sure all of these antennas are doing fine. Don't need to add any spikes to them because it's just not necessary. They're going to be pretty far away in the context of the comic. If I do continue to post on Webtoon, this comic here at the bottom right there, that will be worth 3 panels. Let's actually change these ones out of these weird clothes. Alright, so I think I should have this one be purple. Let's see if I can get that part different a little bit. And I did, so that's good. I had to add like a slight pattern to that one. We go, marked that very well. And so that's good. And let's make this guy match. This match in hand and stuff. Hey, is it anyway? It's Sunday. Alright. Some days might be a good day for streaming, maybe. So let's add a lighter blue to it too. This one can get full blue on blue, so that's good. Alright, and don't really have any deep purple, but that's a difficult color to get in nature relatively. We have purple here, so I think it should be fine. These fairies, they come in different colors in order to blend into their surroundings, making them a little bit more difficult to detect by animals and other species, because these guys are only 2 inches tall. They are very short. They are shortkins. Very small. Alright, so human could probably step on their entire house without even realizing it and kill everyone inside. So, yeah, humans are a major threat to them. And on top of that, the humans are smarter. They're technologically advanced like they are now, while these ones are stuck basically medieval. Alright, so let's see. I think all of their clothes are properly colored. Got... You know, I should have had some of them wear the same thing. Not one person did. Alright, well, here's the opportunity. That guy's shirt isn't colored, so... Congratulations, your shirt's now blue. Should have made some of these guys fat. Congratulations, you are now fat. So, gonna just do that there. And just do that. We'll just have one of them. A lot of people in this society are struggling to eat, and I just feel like they should have some that's fat. Would just make more sense. Alright, so. Alright, so. Alright, all of that right there. This guy still blends in, but that's fine. Like a lot of these, they would usually like try to have stuff blend in, and I'm gonna keep it in such a way where humans should still be able to see them easily, but if they were real, they would like blend in a lot better. Alright, so I think everything is done with them. So that's great. And I still do like these acorn pods right here that they use for their teachings. Excuse me. I think that would be like a pretty fun desk. Alright, so let's just go here. Alright, so this was a nice little like cleanup session. This Hellion Aurelia Academy. I like to have their first names be like scientific names of plants, while their second name, which is last name, the scientific name for a tree. So that's what I like to do. And they also have their own firearms, which is a specific type of ant that sprays acid out of its butt. And that is a real ant. You can look it up if you don't believe me. So yeah, they just basically use those as guns, but mainly they just use toothpicks as spears and make their own axes and stuff. Like I said, these guys are 2 inches tall, so their weapons literally do barely anything. But I'm gonna plan on having some of them die due to ants burning their face off. That would be an interesting scene. Just don't know how I'm gonna work it. Alright, but I think that would be a good thing for them to have. Alright, so let's see. Could like just do the cuts for those parts, but it should be fine for right now. Alright, let's actually go back to the people tab. Go here. I forget exactly how it's supposed to look, but I think it's lighter than usual, so I'll just do that there. If anything, it's just for this panel, so it should be fine. Right. So that was a great session of coloring and all of that. And so that took 2 hours and ooh, okay, so that's gonna be quite a bit. Alright, so I'm going to have to like copy and paste and then edit the students to right there, because they're gonna be yelling. And anyways, let's go back to people, and now I'm going to just go ahead and draw, because I think all of the coloring is complete. Wait a second. Alright, from far away it looked black anyway, so that should show I should probably just make it black. Let's see, just looks practically black, but I don't know. But yeah, that's another thing that I toyed around with them just having different colors, different color antennas and stuff. Yeah, but this is one thing. I don't think I made his hair quite triangular enough for this specific panel. So I'm just gonna do that, and this is fine too. Right. I suppose I could just do the word bubbles. That's a nice color intent, so let's just do that. Alright, so let's go here. I used to fill in each word bubble and then have to fill in the parts in between the words with whiteness. But I've learned since then that I can just go ahead and just do this part with a nice underlayer. Those lines are a bit too thick, so let's undo them and go to trace. Now there are proper ways to do these type of lines, but to do these type of word bubbles, I should say. But I can never really remember them. Oh, there's supposed to be like an E between each one, but I don't think it matters all that much. So I think right here is like a nice flow for the word bubbles. I want to do something interesting for this specific panel right here. So let's go to this color. Let's use that to darken the scene a bit. Now let's take this opacity all the way down. Let's do this to red. Little dark here. Little slight opacity change here. Oop, and let's do a slight gradient. Alright, so say burning in embers. Let's do that. Alright, so that's good, and this is good. Oh, 13. Alright, that's the highest I've ever got on one of these. Wonder how long it would last. Alright, so just go ahead and do this. Got a nice little flame thing going on. Alright, so that's good there. And I'm thinking maybe I can have like a shadow going across them. Oh, my mistake, let me get that. Alright, so I think I'll do something kind of like that. And let's go to 7 for this. Alright, so I think that's looking pretty interesting. And I'm gonna actually have shadows go like that too. Yeah, it will go like that, and then actually no, I'll just increase the size and then erase the parts that I don't want to be shadowed. I'm not too sure why that happened the way it did, but let's see. I'm going to just add this here and hopefully it blends together nicely. So, good old Gaussian blur. Alright, so let's just do something like that. Alright, that's good, good. Alright, so let's just do that and have a nice little erase right here. Again, not really all that noticeable, but yeah, I like it. Alright, so we got all of that right there. I like to have like dramatic effects like this on occasion in the comic. Just for comedic purposes though. If it's something trying to be like serious, I'll still do it, but I try to like do it in a interesting way. So that's good. So now I have like a nice amount of shading to go along this one. For the first 9 pages of this comic book, I shaded every single inch of it, every single panel, and goodness gracious, that took a long ass time. So I decided to just regularly have them in just flat colors like so, and it seems like people are just fine with it, so that's good. So just doing that, and that should be good. Thank you, Hip. Also, welcome to the stream. And so let's just make this part dark too. And I think 13 should do the job. And I could just erase the extras. Go. don't think I'm shading these brushes correctly, but it should be fine enough. And I need to do that part as well right there. All right. So I think this shading is going pretty well. Should give like a nice, somewhat evil looking like face here. Right, let's just add a little something here too. Yeah, you could see why shading would take a long time. Like that was 20 minutes, 20 additional minutes, because it's not including the time I spent like making the panel itself or the coloring. Excuse me. Alright, so yeah, that should be good. Alright, so let's go back up to here. And do this, and then this. And let's go and put the brush size back down to tray. Right here would be a good part for an effect. Alright, let's make it a blue one. Actually, no, let's make it red, since it's a hospital. And so, let's do this. Oh, that sounds spooky. Oh, you guys can hear it. Well, if the stream cuts off abruptly, then just know that I've lost power. Oh, 14? Oh, that's the new highest record. I really should have urinated before this. Alright, but anyways, let's just keep it going. Alright, so that's a good effect there. Let's go for a bit of orange. Put a little more red into it. Then let's also add a bit of darker red to it. Not too dark. Alright, happy medium. Alright, perfecto. Let's switch that to 2. I think the one brush effect would be a little bit too subtle. So, I think slam would probably be a bad word for it, but this is as accurate as I can think. So, let's just do that. And then just have the lines correlate like right here. We could just have like a lot more of the lines. Oh, it would have. I've already done everything, but I just had the funny thought that if it would be funny if not only did he break the door down, but he broke it down and then it hit a student, and then he just handed him the coupon immediately. But too late for that. Okay. Alright, so let's see. I think that's good. Alright. So yeah, that's a good sound effect right there. And let's just have this go on over to the outside. And this is actually nearly the end of the first comic book. So that is awesome. So that means I can sell physical pages, but don't you worry, the regular digital stuff will still be coming out too. But if you don't want to wait and you want to have like a nice personal copy, it would be awesome if you got the physical one. I'll just have to look into how I can go about doing all that, and that'll be a fun little challenge for myself. So, yeah, just gotta do these parts and have it nice. Alright, I didn't quite make this line thick enough, but it should be fine. Actually, why not? Let's just thicken it artificially. Thicken that line. There we go. Now let's switch that to tree, and we are golden. Alright, so yeah, like I said, didn't have to worry too much about how it looks down there because the word bubbles is gonna be in the way for the most part. Oh, a pretty interesting movie that I watched like a week or so ago is something about Gary. That's not the exact name of it. It was like Operation Hungry Gary's or something like that. But it was wild. If you ever seen Scary Movie, it was kind of like that, but not as good, but still good. But like it ended with basically aliens being a 10, and it's all kinds of conspiracy theories. So how did I mess that up? I don't even see that little 10 right there. Look at it. 2 pixels. Literally 2 pixels, and it filled the entire page. Alright. Oop. Oop. Okay. That is like the only 10 I dislike about this program. But I think it's similar but slightly different in Krita. But Krita, it's way more annoying when it comes to like blur effects and stuff like that. So I prefer Paint.net because of that. But hey, Krita is a really good art program, so I should try out making like an animation in that and see how it is. Alright, so got that. Eventually I'm just not going to be able to hold it in anymore. I'm just going to have to take the risk. Alright, let's do that at the 3-hour mark. Right now, it's been fun. It's been very fun coloring everything and like cleaning up what I've left behind with you guys. And I want to thank all of you for being here. I'm still streaming though, by the way, so don't think that I'm stopping. I'm not. Not yet, at least. So. Alright, so that's that. Okay, I can cut some of these. That's why I extend them. Just so I can cut them like so, because it's just easier to do it that way. Let me just undo that. Okay, so that's that. Let's take this storyboard that looked all kinds of raggedy and just change it to a better, slightly better looking finished product. And that is unfortunate. I can only give it to students. Bye now. Alright, so let's have him go kind of like this. I don't want him to be mad. I just want him to be kind of like dissatisfied or disinterested in like what she has to say. And hopefully that conveys that enough. So let's just do that and exit. So got that right there. Alright, so got that right there. 15. Oh my gosh. Alright, so me keeping like 14 viewers lasted a while. I didn't count exactly how long, but it lasted a while. I don't know how long 15 can last. This is still like the most I've had, so that is pretty good. So let's just have him like basically continue walking as if like her question is so irrelevant to him that he just does not even give two craps to answer it. Alright, so let's just do that. This. And that. I could just worry about that there, this here. Just got like that, and like this. Did not last long. But hey, back to 14 though, so that's still good. Yeah. Okay. And that was undignified. Alright, so got that. That's good. Let's do this here and this here. I'd like to do like the outlines first and then color everything later, like I did now in the stream. Alright, so that's that, him carrying his box, really even paying attention to her. I think I'm going to have to like disobey the storyboard and just have her facing him a little bit more. Alright, so let's actually do a little bit something like that. Alright, much better. Alright, so that's good like that. Since I have white right now, let's just fill that in, because why not? And right here. So got that there. Bless me. Sorry about that. My throat. Okay, so I think those arms. Actually, no. Yeah, that's total. I want like all of the fairies to have like somewhat large heads. So they're more kind of like an insect or like an animal. Alright, so that panel is done. I have no idea how long it took. But that reminds me, I think I need to draw some more antennas on her because I think I missed some. I'm not certain if I did, so I'll just go back and look real quick. Right after I finish this one totally. I add in her year spikes. So alright, so that's fine, that's fine. Got it there. Alright, she got it everywhere. We check these ones to make sure they all have it. She's wearing a hat, so it's fine. Alright, but everyone else does in fact have it. They all have the same face, but that's fine enough. And I'll just do something to like affect the background and change it to how I would want it more. Only thing is like right here, this and then the buy, it makes it seem like it's done immediately. But I feel like folks will know that all of them got one. I'll just need to pick one of them to give their tickets to Celosia. That's the name of this woman right here. Which reminds me, forgot her eyes here. Excuse me. Very burpy today. But yeah, I choose to think that he broke the door off. So let's go to the background real quick. Alright, so background is here, here, and here. And let's get a full body reference of the dude, which is right up here. And I want his, let's switch that back to normal real quick. Alright, there we go. You know, I've used this program for so many years, and I've only just recently learned about the multi-select tool, like a few months back. Crazy, isn't it? And so we're gonna have this go like here. And let's switch it to 2. Even though I think 2 might be too big, but it should be fine. So let's just have 2 arms go kind of like so. Right, so that's good like that. Alright, so that's good like that. Let's just go to buildings. I think this door was in building. Right, it was. That being said, let's just go to this door up here and just get a full one. That would be more simple. Let me just take a sip, some water. Excuse me. Excuse me. But it's so nice how chill this all was. Alright, so we got this here. I'm not sure exactly which door I cloned, but let's just go with this one. And then I could just get rid of the extra bits. Alright, let's put that in building. Alright, so do that with so. Then I'll add something to like have some depth to it. First things first, let's erase this part. equals on top, so let's just do this right here. Alright, that's good. Alright, let's go back to this part. There was also another comic book I've always wanted to make, and that was before I even had the idea to make the Cryptic Adventures of Chloe and Caleb. So this comic was thought of all the way back in 2021. I know, so long. I only did, I think, 7 panels of it. And my art improved greatly since then, so I might go back to it one day, but not anytime soon. And though I am confident that I'm pretty good where I could probably make it like an exclusive comic, I'm not really comfortable with that right now. I want to like make sure that I can deliver but like all of the stuff that I want done. And so let's just do that. Alright, here we'll get turn black right there, and these guys are kind of like animals. If I could, I would have like all of their faces go like that to the side. But like it just doesn't work too often. So I just do what I can. See, this one, it works kind of like that. In fact, I should probably think this would probably work a bit better. Just to rework it a little bit. And let me just change out the song real quick. Okay. I also think the ears, they just don't look right there. So I'm just gonna move it back to right here. I'm gonna change the music again. That music is... I just was more like it. It just sounds like angels in a way. Yeah, that's better. Right, let me just have this right here. Right, there was... Oh yeah, now I remember. Alright, so the panel is basically done. I just need to have more of the roof stuff going on too. I think for building, I'm gonna just have this going on in here. So these ones, they are taller than their kids, so say like maybe the teacher goes about her right here. Why did I draw them like that? I do not know. Could make this like a character somewhere, but just looks a bit off. Alright, well anyways. Let's just get rid of that. Okay. Alright, we are at the 3-hour mark. Throat hurts, but I can power through. But I am desperate, so I really have to urinate. So I'll be right back. Should take no longer than a minute or two. Okay, I am back. I was holding that for so long. Thank you for waiting. Alright. Ow. Ooh, okay. Okay, let's see. See, building. Alright, this one isn't really necessary right now, especially since I have more of them coming. But yeah, I'm still gonna just move this on down just in case. Oh wow, it went down to 9. Oh, that's fine. Seems like they went down, like, as I came back. I seems the music. Nine is still a massive number for me, so I'm happy. Alright, so alright, so we got DS right here. Let's pick a random kid. So I got Tree here. Alright, back up to 8. That's good. Alright, so 3 are missing. Let's pick a random one. This one was the one that asked the questions, so maybe it could be him. Alright, let's review the thing. So you can have my one. Alright, and his name is Phalox. So I think we can go with let's do a zoom in on the one with the dreadlocks. I think he will be an interesting one. Right, but anyways, let me just quickly do that because I noticed that I don't have the colors on this one here. Alright. Now everyone's in order. Oh, back up to 11. That's great. Alright, so let's go here, and yeah, this one's going to be the one. Just for continuity's sake. Oh, I don't have anyone in that, like, annoying button, so I'll probably go back and draw one. Or just pick someone that looks naturally, like, angry like that. Alright, I'm going to, because those proportions for how I have the fairy, they are completely different than how they would be, so I'm going to actually move that up ever so slightly. Just do that correctly right there. And boom. Alright, so let's have something like that. Alright, let's split the difference by having it right there. Alright, so let's just have it be a bit wavy too. And right here too. And so let's just do that. I just realized Phallux is gonna be his name, and I gave him like dreadlocks. That's neat. Alright, so that's good, like so. Alright, so we got that right there. Save time, I just did it myself. Alright, so I got that right here. I was thinking about, since they're younger, I remember when I was developing the anatomy for the fairies, if like them being younger, if they would like grow their second pair of arms underneath them, like as they aged. But I thought that would be kind of dumb. So I decided to just make them grow their wings, because that just makes more sense. And I think I'll probably let the Outer Wilds music finish. I think folks might be enjoying it though, so I don't know. And so let's just do something like that. That's a bit too far. Alright, so that's good, and that's good. This guy is a bit too muscular. Right, so let's just do that. Right, that's better. Right, so yeah, that's more like it. And let's just color him in now, because why not? Let's also have his antenna go out like so. And let's just give him 2 spikes. Let's let him have green pants. Wooden shoes, just like Celosia had. Right, so now let's get back up to here. If you guys like enjoyed the sneak peek of the comic, because this episode is not going to come out for a long time for the public. So there's still going to be plenty to see. Let's see, which one looks like they would be angry? 15. Not sure if I got to that number. I don't think I did. I think I did, yeah. Alright, so this guy is the one who went there. Let's have maybe a bald one. Actually, let's make it this one. Alright, let's switch it back to black. Alright, so let's have her fans out. Not quite. Just gonna put it to sound check. Alright, hope you guys enjoyed this one. I'm gonna lower the volume of it just a tad. This is my car room, and if it seems like you don't like it, I'll just switch it back to the Outer Wilds, but I'm gonna just leave it here just for now. Ow! Shoot, my neck. Alright. Excuse me. Okay. Color her in as well. I'm actually going to clean this one up now, just so I can see if it looks the way I would like it to. It's a little bit too high. Alright, that works. Alright, so I have to copy over all of the students. And so, yep. That's first. Actually, I could just get rid of him in that way. And I don't know how I'm going to get, like, all of them. I hope I made the other 10 bigger, otherwise it just wouldn't work. Alright, I did make it bigger. Great. Alright, so that's good like that. Alright, so cleaned up a bunch of animations and made 4, so that's a pretty productive day. But yeah, I put a bit of that game dev in the title because I wanted to show you guys that the game that I was making, and I did at the very start of the stream. So if you're curious, you could just go to the start and you'll just see everything. Alright, so let's go. I didn't really show too much, but alright, so let's go to this. Something is different. This is fine. Alright, so let's just go ahead and
I'm so bored.
just move students over so that they fit in better.
Some triangle guy came up with a new game he found. Instead of just one world, I'll have 3 as my...
Alright, so that guy is down there, so let's just get rid of this since he's still standing down there. Alright, I was gonna get rid of the words for now, but this is perfect to like just have them be in places where no one is right now. That's good. Let me just go up here because there's some stuff that needs to be gotten. Alright, that works. That works. Okay, so let's just put this in here. Gonna have just these two look at each other, just like that. All right. So let's see which one. Alright, so it's good like that. I wonder if I should have him outperform just a little bit. Alright, so we got all of this right here. Wait, hold up. Am I glitching? I don't think I am. The heck? Right. It's probably fine then. I don't know where that knocking is coming from. It's not happening in real life, to my knowledge. So much progress. I think it's about to be lost. Alright, good. So it has fixed itself. Usually a robot voice happens, but it hasn't happened in a while. But this was the case of something similar happening.
Our might shattered in an instant. The greatest mind.
Right, so that's a nice angry face. I think I'm just gonna have. I mean, this dude already looks angry. I don't think I even did anything to him yet. Well, let's just pronounce it. Oh, and boom. Right, so let's just have line showing that one's their one. This is looking very unfortunate. My teeth starting to act up a little bit. There we go. Changed it out a little bit. And it seems like might be on track for another 4-hour stream. So that's pretty good. Should probably do like a drawing time lapse because I haven't done any art related video in a hot minute now. So I gotta get that done. Alright, let's actually have this one stand up. Let's make a whole new body. And I forgot to copy down the paint that was used. I know it should be easy enough to remember, but I'm just gonna copy and paste anyway. And so I think I'll count this panel as practically done too. So basically got 5 panels done, which was great. And so each of those seem to be in order. Alright, so we got that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. I decided to make that one confused. So basically nearly done the stream. I think since they're closer up, I could probably put the blue irises there. Alright, so since it's plotted out already, let's just connect them. Right. I wonder if Dandy's still here. He might be. Alright, so got this here. This thing just keeps on cutting in and out. Forgot the color that guy's on. Oh, this is a great stream. Hopefully it happens some point again. So I think that is good for right there. So 4 hours. That's great. Every once in a while when I move my neck, I feel a sensation in my whole spine. Just odd. But, probably fine. Alright, so let's go back to people. I don't think it's anything that would need like intervention, hopefully. Alright, so let's count like the angriness. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. That guy's confused. So 5 and 6. Alright, so I think we can get some more angry peoples. Right, 3 of the angry ones are women, and I don't want that. I want more angry men. So we're gonna make this one angry too. And let's just make this one here angry as well. And so now we have 1, 2, 3. I guess we can count him as 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright. that is a better amount of angry versus non-angry. So let's get this blue guy down here. A word of reason. Then I could just plot out the rest of the scenes here, or add what I plan to add, because there's another part that I'd like to add to it. So this one is basically going to be defending the yellow frame. Wait, I need to have her be angry. Because she's the one who started this whole incident. So, yes, she has to be angry. Right. I don't like that here quite much. So that's good. Oh, it's black enough. Alright, so I just realized if painting a slightly lower capacity than solid, it will do. Just Alright, so that's good right there. It's feeling tired. But I'm glad I managed to wake up, because I was feeling sleepy at the beginning of this. I like how it's kind of said it looks like he's yelling at himself. Alright, so. 4, 5, and 6. Alright. I was thinking if I should like just let him give it to her straight up, or have her like just borrow it and like copy it and then give it back. Need to try to remember to make sure the eye is water. So yeah, I'm gonna end stream kinda soon. So yeah, just so y'all know. Good enough. I'm not good at drawing those. Alright, so there we go. That's good like that. Just gonna draw a whole nother version of this guy. So if you enjoyed this, be sure to press that like button and subscribe for more. Be sure to share this with your friends and comment down below. Till next time, this is Invasion Animation signing out. We're gonna finish this one silently though. Alright, I'm back. Right, so yeah, like I said, I'm just gonna finish this one here. Needed to do a thing real quick. Let's have your winds go out kind of like so. Alright, I'm not gonna question it. Alright, so we can just have this right here. And this here. Oh.
I know we'll meet again some sunny day.
Alright, so I think, yeah, I'm just gonna finish off this one real quick. And I'm actually gonna make it a little bit bigger. So I'm gonna have the head go kind of like so, just a little bit over that. Alright, so let's just do that. So that's there. So let's have the lower arms go there. I decided to just go ahead and just do it now instead of wait. remember something like this happening to me a long time ago. And I was like the 3rd grade or so. It was a nice time. So let's do that there. This doesn't really line up too well, but it should do it just enough. So that's good there. So that's good right there. Just hit a quick save real quick. So let's just do something like that. The perspective looks slightly off, but I think it's fine. Alright, so okay. Alright, so let's have those two there, and then the last arms can go just here. Alright, so that's good. Okay. So that's that. Let's have the winds go out there. I won't color the backgrounds, but I will color the people, and I will call it a day from there. Because this has been quite a lot of fun, and it's been so many folks that I just wanted to keep it going. Because I am never getting this amount again. Believe me that. I don't know if that's the phrase or not. I think it is. Could we believe you that? I don't know. So. Alright, so let's color in boy now. So we got that and that. Alright, so let's also do this here. I'm so happy that person said that this was peak. That's awesome. Alright, so alright, so that's good like that and like that. Let's color in this fella. And it's right, I see it now. That's a bit too noticeable, so let's just do that. Right, that's better. So that's good right there. Let's also add something there and here. So often. Right. Nearly done here. Let me just do this quickly. I thought I was gonna resort to a bad one. Bad copy, I mean. Bad paint would be more accurate. Right. Right, nearly 5 hours at this one, goodness gracious. Right, so I think we are just about done here. Just put this here and this there. The pants and the teeth color. Alright. Just a few more turns. Shouldn't take more than a minute. Am I gonna finish him on stream? No. No, I'm not. Okay, so basically, I've done almost completed the comic on stream, and I just realized I forgot something. Just that. And this right here. Alright, well now that's better. Alright, so nearly done here. Almost completely done. So I'm just gonna finish this one on the string. Hold up. So let's have the wind color and the hair color. And I'll just worry about coloring the irises later. I'm not gonna do all that on stream. We'll just do this, and I don't think I'm even gonna worry about the antennas. Just make sure everything is done and in order. I guess it is. And I don't feel like getting his 10 just to show what it is. So I'm gonna end it here. So if you enjoyed this, be sure to press that like button and subscribe, because I do this randomly. And you will get to catch every single stream if you do subscribe. As well as any other videos, animations, and even game creation, then stream sure picked a time to crash now, didn't it? Didn't it? Alright, so well, anyways, that's it basically. So until next time. This is... I don't even know if it's still streaming. It says it is. Alright. This is Invasion Animation signing out. Alright, and everything here is looking great. Until next time. I just said it. Until next time. Alright. Can't wait to see how it turned out. Bye, everyone.